a big one, and they get it down to the 27.
Well, Reese, you and I were talking about this before the game. How is this defense going to be able to deal with all the speed they have offensively? You saw them just rip off a big play.
And, Jesse, now they're hit. And the quarterback runs out of time, and down he goes at the 38.
And you could easily argue the biggest reason this team is trailing here in the second half is because they have not been able to protect their quarterback tonight. They've already given up 5 sacks in the game, and you just saw another one right there. This offensive line has had problems all night long.
After the big first down sack, it's second down. He's looking to throw. Catch in the middle, it's Hodges. They bring him down, but a solid pickup to put them in position to pick up a first down. Quite a bit of work to do on third down from the 23, and this D would love to force a field goal try. He's right on target. And they gave him no chance to get loose, and they force a fourth down. And now on fourth down, they will put it on the shoulders of the kicker to save them with his foot. Between the uprights, it's good. So after the last drive ended with a field goal, the kickoff team out there to send it away. And he takes this from inside the 5. He's got great speed. And the return man showing great vision to be able to find some space and put his team in much better field position. They think they can impose their will here with the run to the right. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry.
Well, they're trying to get that run play going to the outside, but it's the defensive end who does a great job winning his one-on-one and forcing the negative play.
Right back to it. Shakes off the defender. They get him stopped at the 32. That's a gain of 4. Third down conversions are a huge stat, and this one would be a doozy if they can pull it off. A strike downfield. Hit the gas, kid. Wide open ahead. And he got away from the defense and takes it in. Touchdown, Michigan.
How about that? His second receiving touchdown of the ball game. Find ways to get your athletes the ball. They'll do the rest. That's number 2. They better start playing some better defense, or number 3 is coming soon.
On to attempt the try. And the extra point is true, and they have a 2-touchdown lead, up 14 in the 4th. The kickoff team out there set to boot it away.
62, Baylor, 48.
On the move from inside his 5. And the return man reaches the end of the line, and down he goes. Here comes the Baylor offense back onto the field. They're going to have to be more aggressive in this drive. You can't expect to win this one, David, kicking field goals.
No, especially when you're trailing. You got to have a little more urgency and maybe a little more aggressiveness, Jesse. And field goals are not going to get it done down the stretch.
Yeah, you're going to have to take some shots, no doubt. Bottom line, when plays present themselves, you've just simply got to make it.
Tackled, but he has a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They're getting this guy lathered up. And they try the middle of this stout defense, and they rise to the challenge. Got stuffed on first down. It's 2nd and 10. He's looking to throw. Missed receiver there. It's incomplete. Somebody needs to make a play here. It's 3rd and long from the 26. From the gun, wants to pass. Looking down the middle. He's got an open man. That is exactly what you're looking for when you talk explosive plays. The defense finally able to make the stop. They'll ride the running back and leave it with him.
And it's just simple. Simple first down run, showing your physicality, setting your offense up in a good spot.
On 2nd down, looking to throw. Using the back as a receiver on the screen. They make the stop, but not before the screen has hit him for a first down and much more. Really good execution by this offense. The give. And he does a really nice job finding open space and making a good gain before the stop is made. Here's the handoff. Noses ahead to the 30-yard line, a pickup of 1. This is the type of play that decides games. Are you tough enough to convert third and short from the 30? Throws toward the end zone. And that pass picked off.
And that's such a great job of seeing the play, seeing it unfold, breaking on the football, making the interception, and you will absolutely never forget getting that first career INT, that big play, that big moment.
Michigan ready to get that offense rolling again. Takes the handoff, and he's going right. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Didn't get much done on that first play of the drive. It's 2nd and 11. He's looking to throw. Fires to the wideout. This will be picked off. Maybe just the turning point they needed. Couldn't find much breathing room to return it, but the interception has this offense in business at the 27.
That's one of the only ways you were getting back in this game. You had to force a turnover. You still got to score twice at least to get back in this ball game to try to win it. Great stop. Now it's the offense's turn. I need to score and score quickly.
First down for this offense. Use the play fake. Now to throw. And the pressure was all over him in the blink of an eye.
You can just see the excitement this defense has every play. They're almost wishing this quarterback drops back to throw because they know they're going to get home to him. That's the 6th time they've registered a sack.
That is the last thing you want on first down as an offensive sack. Now it's 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Got his man quickly. They make the stop, but not before he takes a chunk out of what they need to move the sticks. That's now 200 catches in his career.
It's so impressive because of his dependability. This guy has been consistent, David, week in, week out. He shows up, and he makes plays.
And it's easy to coach a guy like that. Consistent, does the work, catches the football, you know where he's going to be. That's why he's got 200 catches.
They've moved it to the 25, but now facing a 3rd and long. Throws to the wideout. Complete to the right. Down to the 3-yard line, and that's where they'll have it 1st and goal. On the doorstep of cashing it in for the offense. From the gun, looking for a man. Trying to get to him. Takes the easy completion. And that defensive penetration gave him no chance, and he is ridden out of bounds. Motion from the offense. And that defense gets to him, and down he goes at the 9.
And the defense did a good job stringing that play along, and you could tell he didn't make a decision quickly and kept going towards the sideline and pushing towards his right. And then the defense caught up, played great D, and got him on the ground.
They'd love to make this short field pay off with a touchdown instead of settling for 3, but it is 3rd and goal. He caught it. And he was thinking 6, but that D knocks him down at the 2. A field goal really doesn't do much for you in this situation, so they'll go for it on 4th and goal. Slams ahead. Touchdown Bears! And they add 6 more to the board with that trip to the house. That big score makes the end of this game very interesting.
No doubt the offense got what they needed. More work to do, but you had to get this part accomplished first.
He'll try to tack on one more. And the PAT will draw them 1 point closer. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
Gentlemen, let's take a look at what's happening in this exciting college football game. Louisville is running away with this one behind an offense that's striking on the ground and through the air with military-like precision. They're up by 33 over the Coyotes.
They believe they can run right here.
Your boy KC has you covered here in studio, guys, in case anything changes in this one.
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. On second down, he'll let it fly. Lofts one high and deep. Grabs it inside the 10. They make the tackle, but he's got a fresh set of downs, and it's first and goal from the 7. You find a defender that you believe your man can beat, and the fade is really effective.
Yeah, you pick on him, right, Reese? You find the guy that you know that my guy can win. Even if I don't throw a great throw, you found your matchup. Execution was perfect.
And this offense not only has a chance to extend the lead on first and goal, but they can also drain the clock. Looking to throw. Fires into the end zone. And good coverage there to knock it away and deny the score. Defense rolls up deep in its own end on that last play. Now a second and long coming. And they get him down.
And with the stuff there, Jesse, on second down, this little third to mid-range, you got 2 downs. What are you thinking here?
Maybe getting your quarterback out on the perimeter and giving him a run-pass option. See if you can get the defense in a bind.
Several defenders there to get him on the ground. So on fourth down, here comes the field goal kicker in a huge spot. And that is no good. And the margin remains at 7 after the miss.
Well, that's one the kicker would like to have back. That's a kick he should be making in his sleep.
Baylor has it back, and here comes the Bear offense. Line gets set, first down. On the move. And maybe he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. They got nothing on the last play. It's 2nd and 10. He's looking to throw. Finds his tight end. Now looking for that first down on 3rd and short from the 26. From the gun, wants to pass. Unloads to the wideout. And they can't make the play on 3rd down. The Bears will punt this one away. They may have to pay him overtime. He's punting for the 5th time today. He gets a block. Returns like that are why you don't settle for the fair catch if you don't have to. Picks up just a little bit of yards and help out the O. Give to the back. And a nice solid pickup there before the defense wrestles him to the ground. Got 6 on first down. Now a lot of options on 2nd and 4. And there was nowhere to go for this quarterback, and down he goes.
Oftentimes with play action, you're asking the quarterback to hold on to the ball a bit longer, and you're asking this offensive line to hold up and pass pro a bit longer. Against this athletic front 7 on defense, it's going to be tough.
A 3rd and long coming up here. From the gun, wants to pass. Pocket starts to collapse. He took a hit as he threw it and couldn't deliver the football. It's incomplete and 4th down's coming. The Wolverines line up to punt it away. He'll try to really get into this one. No return coming. He'll call for the fair catch. Here comes the Baylor offense back onto the field. Last time, David, it was 1-2-3 kick.
The last drive, that 3 and out, sometimes that puts your defense in a bad spot, and you got to get a drive together here so you don't wear the defense out.
I just think, David, too predictable that last drive. They got to do something here to get this defense on their heels.
On 2nd down, they'll take to the air. Caught in the backfield. It's Dobbs. And that defense doesn't allow a cutback, and they get him out of bounds after a short gain. On 3rd and short, the run and looking for the first down. And the Bears get enough to move the chains. Now on first down from the 28. From the gun, they'll give it on the inside. Knocked down after getting 6 all the way out to the 34-yard line. 6-yard pickup on first down leaves him with 2nd and 4. He's looking to throw. And the pass is incomplete, jarred loose by the hit. They not only have to deal with this defense, but the noise from this crowd on 3rd and 4. From the gun, wants to pass. Throws to the tight end. And that's incomplete. A defender all over him. Knocked the ball to the ground. 4th down coming up. The Bears decide to punt it away. They're up to a half-dozen kicks today. Fair catch called for, but a flag is on the field. Let's see what that's about.
Personal foul. Roughing the kicker. Defense.
The officials offer the deal, and the coach accepts it. They will take the penalty. Comes out throwing on first down. And it's incomplete. If you're going to take a hit like that, you might as well hang on to the ball. After the quarterback and receiver failed to hook up, they'll try it again on 2nd down. The aerial assault continues. Got it in the middle. It's Mayer. They get him down after he makes a catch. How aggressive might this play call be on 3rd and short from the 46? From the gun, wants to pass. And he got smacked just as he released the pass. It's incomplete. And the Bears will try to pin them back with the punt. And these guys have been busy. 6th punt of the day. Was looking for more running room, but found nothing but more tacklers. He's down at the 24. Guys, here come those maize and blue winged helmets on offense. On the ground, trying to pull the plug on this clock. Rumbles ahead for a pickup of 5 to the 29. Halfway there on first down, it's 2nd and 5. Quick completion to the right. They stop him almost immediately. Short gain there, and still a little ground to cover to pick up the first. We've reached the 2-minute warning in this offense, trying to milk this clock and keep time on their side. They'll try to bully their way for the first. And the defense knew exactly where that first down line was, and they stopped him short. And the Wolverines will bring the punt team onto the field. Perhaps feeling that coverage coming, signals for the fair catch and makes it at the 25. On first down, here comes this offense. He's going to pass. And this sophomore quarterback just put it out there a little too far. That incompletion leads to 2nd down and 10. He's looking to throw. Fires to the wideout. Wide open downfield. They've got it to the 49-yard line, and they'll move the chains. This offense absolutely humming as they come to the line again. To the air on first down. Pulls it in. They'll finally drag him down, but not before he gets it to the 40, and it's a first down. Looking to move it through the air. Gets it out fast. The hurry up now, 2nd down, clock ticking.
Yeah, and this is the time where I'm a defense. I'm slow to get up. I'm making sure I stay on that offensive player. I'm trying to eat up as much clock and make this offense burn as much clock on them as I can.
And this coaching staff right now, you know they're looking at the analytics too, right? How many timeouts do we have left? We want to think about dialing up some play calls that get guys catching the football or get the ball out of bounds to stop the clock. You've got a good rhythm right here. You're in a good position of the field to go win this thing, but you've got to be really smart with your play calls.
Big drive for this offense late, trying to tie the game. They pieced together a couple of first downs, and here they come again. And he can't get it off. Taken down. What a huge play this late in the game. And they got to the line expeditiously, spiked it, and stopped the clock. This will be the 8th play of the drive, but a great opportunity for the defense to get off the field. Pressure coming. Got rid of it just in time. Another incompletion on third down. Down a possession here in the fourth, and they'll need to convert on this fourth down. Feeling some heat. And here's the third interception of the night.
And that is a backbreaker. It's fourth down, though. Listen, you got to throw the football. You got to try to make a play. But the defense came up big in a big moment.
And here comes the Michigan offense back on the field. And now, Jesse, the art here is to find the balance between milking the clock and trying to get another score.
I think if you're the coaching staff, too, you like to see your team play its best in the fourth quarter, right? Defense just did their job, so offense now, David, has to go out and handle their business.
Yeah, you got the momentum. Because of the defense, they've given you some momentum. They've given you a great opportunity to take hold of this game and really put a stamp on it.
Finds a crease at the 20. And chunk plays are the name of the game, and they get one here before the defense finally makes a stop. It came down to the final quarter, clutch plays, guys delivered, and they get a close win.
Yeah, Reese, big-time players make big plays in big games, and that's what happened in this circumstance. As a coaching staff, David, you love this. You know that you have confidence in your guys to go out and be able to execute when it matters the most.
Correct, and you don't know until the games, right? You don't know when those moments present themselves. How are they going to handle it? Great job handling a close game, executing down the stretch like they needed to.
So that's going to do it for us. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, I'm Reese Davis saying so long. This has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum, where so many great events have unfolded over the years, and today this crowd is charged up for a big USC Trojans home game. Today it's a top 25 matchup. Two teams off to good starts, hoping to build on that and test themselves against another ranked team. As we'll see the number 18 team in the country, the SMU Mustangs, taking on the 11th ranked team, the USC Trojans. For EA Sports College Football, I'm Chris Fowler, here in the booth with Kirk Herbstreit. I think we've talked long enough, Kirk. Let's get this game going. Mustangs will kick this deep to begin the game. And he'll just take a knee. Drive will start at the 25-yard line. So the USC Trojans offense comes on the field first today. And there comes the star running back onto the field. He is a special talent. You talk to opponents, he's always the focal point when they face this offense.
Boy, Chris, this guy is special. It's almost like he floats across the field. I mean, I don't think anyone can take him down in the open field. He's the guy that teams try to key on, but sometimes it feels as though no one can contain him.
Second down after that run on the previous play. It's a draw to the back. He brings him down, but he makes the 40-yard line. That's a solid gain. And that run is good for first down yardage. A new set of downs for this offense. There's the snap. They'll set up to throw. He's running out of time here. He's a wide-open receiver, complete. An explosive game, big play, moves the ball inside the 40.
Hey, great throw here by this USC quarterback, but how about the catch by the wide receiver? And Chris, we've been saying that for decades when it comes to USC and their wide receivers. What incredible history, going way back to Len Swan. I know he was a Steeler, but it all started when he wore that USC uniform. Keyshawn Johnson had a brilliant career. So did Robert Woods. And how about Amon-Ra St. Brown and the job that he did when he was...
He's taken down behind the line. He's going to lose a yard or two.
This is exactly how you can slow down the momentum and a rhythm of an offense. You got to get some tackles for a loss and some sacks. This time, they come up with a sack by getting after that quarterback.
Offense been in reverse here. Now a long way to go to convert this third down. Dropping back, looking to throw for the first down. Here's a shot toward the end zone. Oh, and it's batted down by the defense. Great play to deny a touchdown. So on fourth down now, out comes the field goal unit. No problem, knocks it right through. It breaks the scoreless tie here, makes it 3-0.
Boy, this guy has such a strong leg. No problem. Up into the net from 50 plus.
So after the field goal, I think we're out there again to boot it away. And he'll bring it out from inside the 10. And he stopped at the 20. Tried to make something happen, but that's good coverage there. The SMU Mustangs offense out there for their first possession. And here we go, Kirk. This matchup on the edge that's going to go a long way to deciding this game. An elite wide receiver and a guy who doesn't believe anybody can beat him.
This is going to be like a boxing match where it's an all-out battle. Two extremely gifted athletes competing on every snap. Better get your popcorn ready.
It's early, but this crowd is fired up. Listen to this noise here. This is going to be tough for the visitors today. A big hit by the linebacker. Physical tackle there, big versus big. They're going to throw for it on third and short. QB to the tight end for a completion. Tackle's made, but not before he makes the 43-yard line. This drive is going now. And the Mustangs will hustle to the line to crank the tempo.
One of the areas that separates good offensive coordinators from great ones is how efficient their offense is on third down passing plays. And that was a perfect call and really well executed.
They tackle him behind the line, a loss of 4. Offense getting set up. Here's second down. Oh, and he dropped it. Might have heard some footsteps there over the middle. That brings up third down. They come to the line, a long way to go for the first down, but needing this crucial conversion right now. Running back grabs it on a screen. And the defense stops him short of the marker in that screen. Fourth down coming up. The Mustangs will bring their punt team onto the field. Not a very good boot. Sets up the offense in great field position. Here comes the USC offense back on the field. The last drive produced 3 points thanks to an excellent long-range field goal. Off the play fake, looking to throw on first down. Fires it to the wideout. Looks downfield. He connects with a wide-open wide receiver. They bring him down, but a big chunk of yardage on the play. Nice play to start the drive. They're near midfield here for first and 10. From the shotgun, drops back. Looks left and finds his target there. They make the tackle, but not before a solid gain on that pass. Second down after that completion. Fakes the handoff here, looking to throw it. And he's going to fling it deep, going for it all here. And they score, but there is a penalty marker on the field. Let's find out if this one's going to count. And the head coach will decide to accept the penalty and take the yardage. Offense getting set. It's second down. Shotgun formation. Here's an inside handoff. They get him down, but not before he moves the football to the 32. And the Trojans line up on first and 10. Little eye candy here from the offense. Some pre-snap motion. And in first down, they go right back to him. He shreds the tackle. Tackle behind the line. It's a loss of 2. What's the play call here on second down for this offense? They'll keep it on the ground with the draw play. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. Not going to be easy here. Backed up a long way to go for a first down. Drops back. Looking to throw for it on third down. Trying to extend the play. He's going to pull it down and run. Finding space at the 20. And they make the tackle, but that's a huge chunk play on the scramble. He saw an opening and just went for it. Here comes a throw from the red zone. And they hit him just as he releases the ball. It's incomplete. Coming to the line on second down. This is important. They want to avoid a third and long. Quarterback sets up, looking for an open man. And the freshman making an impact play there.
Finally, the defense is able to come up with a play on this drive. Let's face it, this offense has been able to put things together. Quarterback's had a nice drive, but finally, great job of getting the pressure and getting after that quarterback.
Eighth play of the drive coming up, but a long way to go on third down. Quarterback drops back, probing the secondary. Just gives up on the play, throws it away, and now it's fourth down. And the coach elects to send out the field goal unit. The kick is good. He knocked it right down the middle.
Oh, Chris, it's a nice kick here to polish off that drive with at least 3 points up on the board.
So after coming away with 3 in that drive, the kickoff team is out. They'll return it from inside the 5. And he stopped at the 19. Good job by the coverage team. Here comes the Mustangs offense back on the field. Last possession, they were forced to kick it away. Can they finally get things going this time? From the shotgun, handoff inside.
See, that's how you limit what an offense wants to do. This time, the defense just won the battle up front at the line of scrimmage, not giving up any big plays. Everybody's gap sound. It's really solid defense on that.
It's pulled in, completion on a diving catch. And the Mustangs come to the line in a hurry-up.
Boy, this is a big play by this offense. They go on the post route. It's a perfectly run route. It looks like the ball is going to be overthrown, but how about the receiver laying out to bring that one in?
The ball is loose. Defense falls on the ball. Crucial takeaway. 3rd and 10. 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 3rd and
Man, Chris, we could hear the contact from that hit all the way up here in the booth. So, hey, it's easy to blame the ball carrier, but I don't know if anybody could have been able to hold on to the ball after that hit.
And the Trojans' offense is back out on the field, looking to build on this lead on this possession, and has settled for 3 last time out. He'll hand it off. They tackle him behind the line, a loss of 4. Second down play coming up for this offense.
Brings up second down.
They'll try the ground game here with the running back. Tackle up near midfield at the 48. They're backed up here trying to make something happen on 3rd and long. Dropping back, they're going to throw for the first down. They'll take a deep shot here. He grabs it inside the 20. He'll take it into the end zone. Touchdown, Southern California.
Yeah, we're seeing more and more of this in college football. Guys in that slot that got the ability to get downfield vertically. It's a mismatch if you have the right guy. This time they get the matchup that they want, hit it for a big one.
They'll try to add to the lead now with a PAT. And the kick is up and good. They tack on a point to their lead. Kickoff team is on the field to boot this one away. And he takes this from inside the 5. He'll be tackled at the 17. Strong job by the coverage team. And the SMU offense is back out on the field now. That fumble in the last possession set up a touchdown. Can they bounce back from that costly error here? And the runner brought down after just a short gain. Second down play coming up. Give it to the back again. Trucks through the defender. They'll tackle him at the 27. Offense looking to convert on 3rd and short on the 27. Finds that big tight end for a short pass. Heads out of bounds after a solid gain, more than enough to pick up a first down. The Mustangs begin a new series here, 1st and 10. Off the play fake, looking to throw. Lets it fly to the wideout. And he's got it. Big play across midfield. They'll spot it near the 36. Ball handed to the running back. In the clear at the 25. And a big gain before he goes out of bounds. The offense keeps churning, gets a fresh set of downs. From inside the red zone, they're looking to throw. Looking to set up a screen pass here. He's tackled, but down at the 9-yard line. Defense getting pushed around. So down here in the red zone, every yard tough to find. Here is a crucial play coming up. Makes the grab, a chance to score. Into the end zone. Touchdown, SMU.
This guy can do it all. We've seen him go behind coverage and make plays downfield. We can see him catch the ball underneath, just like this. And when he catches a football, he is so dangerous after the catch. This one leads him into the end zone for the 6 points.
And they get set now to try the PAT. PAT up and good. They get a little bit closer. The kickoff team on the field now as they get set to send this one away. So it'll be a touchback. Ball spotted at the 25. And the USC offense is back out on the field. They were able to punch it in the end zone last time. Looking to do the same thing here. We'll see if the defense can make adjustments. Short throw, running back makes the catch behind the line of scrimmage. Defense surrounds him. Just a short gain on that completion. Second down after that previous play. Off the play fake, looking to throw the football. Goes to his right side there for the completion. And the defense swarms, not much of a gain on that completion. Third down play for this offense. And the back gets the football. Breaks loose at the 45. They bring him down, but that's a solid gain on the play. And the Trojans will crank up the tempo. On first down, it's play action. Looking to make a play deep downfield.
A lot of times college football, the game comes down to just a play or two. And that's a missed opportunity by this offense. I wouldn't be surprised to see them try to come back to that same play in the second half.
Finds room at the 30. Out of bounds, but not before a huge gain. Offense gets a fresh set of downs. And the Trojans are going to keep this drive rolling. Running game is working. They'll stick with it on first down. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. Here's the second down play. Off play action. He's looking to throw. Grab made by the tight end. They're finally able to stop him. The quarterback brings the big man down. Not easy to do with that size difference. Offense moving receivers around now before the snap. Drops back, looking to throw for it on third down. Quarterback leaves the pocket on the move now. He'll avoid the tackle there with a slide. And the Trojans line it up with first and goal. Keep it on the ground on first and goal. And he runs it in for the score. Touchdown, SC.
Well, that's an example right there of what vision and patience and ability can do for a running back. He was on a mission to get into the end zone, and really, he made it look easy.
And they'll set up now for the extra point try. The extra point is good, and they stretch the lead a little bit more. Here's the kickoff team. Let's see if they give the returner an opportunity to bring this back. He's going to bring it out of the end zone from a couple yards deep. Tackle at the 13. Not great field position to start the drive. Here comes the Mustangs offense back on the field. Remember last time they scored a touchdown. Can they keep clicking here, or will the defense come up with a stop? Oh, the pass is picked off.
I'm going to give the defensive coordinator a tip of the cap here. They went with dime coverage with 6 defensive backs, which gives them a lot more speed on the field. And with those defensive backs, they're able to play better in space. They recognize the ball, step in front of it for a nice interception.
First down play call. How aggressive will it be? And there's the handoff. Tackled, but only after picking up a fresh set of downs. And the Trojans move into the red zone. On first down, they'll keep their running game churning. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. Getting set. Here's second down. Quarterback looking to connect with the receiver here. Finds an open target on the left side. Tackle at the 8 after the completion. So here we go. Third down in the red zone. The kind of play that decides football games. Looking to pick up the first down through the air. There's no one to throw to there on third down. And now it's a fourth down coming up. The coach chooses to go for a field goal attempt here. They'll set up for the chip shot on the left hash mark. Med kick right down the middle. Can't hit it any better than that. And they add to their lead.
Chris, they get the 3 points, but looking back at it, 4th and inches. Pretty conservative call there. I really thought they would have gone for it.
Following the field goal, the kickoff team is out there now. Fields it just outside the goal line. He'll be tackled at the 17. Strong job by the coverage team. And the SMU offense is back out on the field now. Let's see how this quarterback responds. Remember, an interception on the very first play of the last possession. 0 running room. Stopped right at the line of scrimmage. Important second down play coming up. It's a run. Running back's got it. They'll tackle him right at the 25-yard line. So the offense faces a third and manageable here from the 25-yard line. Looking to pick up the first down through the air. The receiver makes the grab and uses his speed to pick up solid yardage. And the Mustangs starting a new series here on 1st and 10. And the quarterback keeps it here. And the Sultan were able to bring him down quickly. Now it's 2nd down here. They'll run it here. And they'll stop him after a short gain. Solid gain in the running play. 3rd down now. Here's the snap. Offense looking to throw the ball. Oh, a sack. The senior on this defense making a big play.
This is good pressure by the defense, and it just felt like the quarterback was holding on to the ball a little bit too long, which allowed the defense to get home.
The Mustangs will line up to kick it away. And he'll kick it away now for the 2nd time. And the returner brought down by the coverage team. And here comes the USC offense back on the field. Last time out, they moved the ball well, but had to settle for a chip shot field goal. Makes a nice move there. And he'll make his way out of bounds after gaining decent yardage. The gain makes it 2nd and medium. And they'll run it out of the shotgun. Breaks loose at the 40. Oh, and he breaks free. It's a foot race. They stop him, but it's a 1st down.
Well, you can just feel the home crowd standing on their feet when this running back had a chance to start to accelerate downfield. They know exactly what this guy is capable of doing, and he can flat out go. He took off on that one.
The Trojans looking to use the up-tempo offense here. They'll give it to the back. Defense will make the stop, and it will probably be the final play of this opening quarter. Through 1 quarter, let's see how the quarterback stats stack up. And as we flip the field and begin quarter number 2, we'll see if they can continue to build this lead. 2nd down, we're going to throw it. Checks this down to the running back. To get him down quickly, not much of a gain on that completion. So now it's 3rd and short from the 21 as this defense tries to make a stand and force a field goal attempt or a 4th down stop.
Hey, the good news is here, Chris, they're still in field goal range, and they didn't cost themselves any points. But they could have more. Got to be thinking about going for this on 4th and short.
Knocks that one right down the middle. And that will extend their lead even further.
I was watching this guy in pregame. He's got a strong leg. Not surprised here he's able to put 3 points up here for the offense.
Set for the kickoff here after adding to this big lead. Return starts from inside the 5. To be tackled at the 17. Strong job by the coverage team. Here comes the Mustangs offense back on the field. The last drive they came up empty, had to kick it away. Can they come up with something here? First play of the drive, he looks left for a completion. Defense reacts quickly, a very short gain on the play. Offense getting set, 2nd down play here. There's the snap, quarterback setting up to throw. Catch made on the right side. They bring him down quickly, a short pitch and catch to get a little bit closer to the marker. The offense right to the line, playing with tempo now. Motion by the back will make the defense adjust. From the pocket, delivers over the middle. They're finally able to stop him, but the defense is fooled a bit on that screen play. It's a solid gain for a 1st down. The drive stays alive with that completion for a 1st down. And they're moving the receiver now before the snap. There's the handoff. A gain of 2 yards. Now it's 2nd down and 8. Offense in hurry-up mode. Quarterback still with the football. Sophomore brought down after a nice run. And the Mustangs come to the line to run the hurry-up.
Man, is he pretty to watch run this option. He is so dangerous with the threat to run or to throw. This time he keeps it himself, and you can see how much ground he eats up with that kind of speed.
Offense getting set up. Here's 2nd down.
Chris, it's the consistency of this back is giving this defense fits. They've got to come up with some changes up front. This guy's already over 50 yards, and if he keeps running the way he is, not only is he having a great day, but it's going to give this quarterback a chance to hit some big plays downfield off play action.
Good enough for a first down.
And the ball is handed off out of the shotgun. Eludes a tackle. He's stopped, but he gets a first down. The Mustangs come to the line to start a fresh set of downs.
And that's good enough for a first down.
First down, looking to throw the ball. He's escaping the pocket now. He's going to take off here. And they get him down, but that's a solid gain there to move the sticks using his feet. And the Mustangs are in the red zone now. From the shotgun, an inside handoff. They tackle him behind the line, a loss of 4. Offense getting set. It's 2nd down. From the shotgun, here's an inside give. And they make the stop and get the ball carrier down. 11th play of this marathon drive, but it's 3rd and long now. They snap it. Quarterback looking to throw the ball. Running back has it on a screen now. And the tackle is made. The defense was ready for that screen. They stop him short of the first down. Coach electing to go for a field goal attempt. And it sails right through the middle of the uprights. Solid kick.
Well, they almost put a touchdown on the board, but instead they come away with 3 points.
SMU 10.
They come away with 3 points on the drive, and now the kickoff team will boot it away. And here's the return from inside the 5. They'll be tackled at the 18. That's good coverage there. And the Trojans offense is back out on the field. They've got the lead, but had settled for a field goal last time out. They'd love to find the end zone here. Intercepted, picked off by the defense. They get him down after a short return, but the offense will go to work from the 44.
Boy, Chris, he hesitated just enough to give the defense a chance to get in position and come up with a big turnover.
This line getting set up. It's a first down play. They're going to run it. Spins away from defenders.
Hey, nice RPO here by the offense. Defense is going to sit back, make it easy on the quarterback, hand it off up the middle. Nice solid gain. Stay ahead of the chains.
They try the middle, but gain nothing on that play. Offense needing to keep this drive alive. It's a third down play. Looking to pick up the first down through the air. Catch made by the tight end. Tackle made after a big gain. The Mustangs hustle to the line to run the hurry-up. On 1st and 10, they'll look to throw it. He's got it, looking for the end zone. Touchdown, Mustangs. This quarterback on fire today.
That's what I love about this running back is he's so dangerous after the catch. You know, you look at him, you think about the ability to run between tackles or even bounce it outside, and that's great. But what makes him really one of the more dangerous backs in the country is this right here. Catch the ball to the backfield, make people miss, and take it into the end zone.
And they'll set up for the PAT. PAT is good. They still trail, though. Kickoff team on the field getting set now.
USC 26, SMU 17.
Looks like the returner will try and field this one. Makes it to the 16. That's good coverage there. And the USC offense is back out on the field. Remember, the last possession ended quickly. An interception on the first play. Let's see if they can do better here. Looking for the wideout. Oh, downfield catch made on the left side. Stop at the 43, but that's enough to make a first down.
It's a nice throw and a great catch by this USC wide receiver to pick up a first down. And boy, oh boy, USC quarterbacks and receivers, efficiency and timing and speed and execution. Boy, they are putting it on display once again today.
Looking to throw it on first down. But they can't make the connection. Ball's incomplete. What's the play call here on second down for this offense? Handoff to the back. Getting close to midfield now. They bring him down to the 47. Okay, it's third down after that run. They call the draw play here. Fighting for yardage, but the defense stops him just short of that first down marker. The Trojans will have to kick it away. And he should be able to pin them back deep here with his first punt. And that will bounce and roll out of bounds, so no return. And the SMU offense is back out on the field now. They punched it into the end zone the last time. Let's see if this defense has made some adjustments to stop him this time. Goes backwards, losing 3 yards there. They got some ground to make up. Second and long from the 15. Quarterback drops back. They're going to test the secondary. Catch hauled in here over the middle. And they bring him down. That's a very solid gain, but still well short of the marker. Out of the gun now on third down. Receiver looks it in. It's complete. Tackled, but first down. And the Mustangs come to the line to start a fresh set of downs. They'll run it from the gun. And the senior able to make the stop after a short gain. Second down play coming up for this offense. They'll ride the back again here. Solid gain, moves the ball to the 37. Offense looking to keep the drive alive. It's third down. Here's the snap. Quarterback drops back. Doesn't hold on. Good hit by the DB. Now it brings up fourth down. The Mustangs will send the punt team onto the field. We'll see if he can make a play on this return. And the coverage team makes the stop on this return. And here comes the USC offense back on the field. Forced to punt last time. Trying to add points, build the lead right here. And he lofts it toward the sideline. Deep ball is caught for a huge gain here. And the Trojans will hustle to the line here to run the hurry up.
That is great arm strength and accuracy by this quarterback. Let's not forget the wide receiver's job of bringing it in for that big gain.
Catch made on the right side. That's a big gain. Touchdown, USC. This offense cannot be stopped. So it's still early, but this offense beginning to build momentum and build the lead now, Kurt.
As we've seen over the years, Chris, good teams know how to use the first quarter to establish the lead, the second quarter to increase the lead, and the final half just to hold on to it. They're following that blueprint perfectly, widening the distance between them and their opponent before they even get to the locker rooms.
And the kick is up and good. They tack on a point to their lead. Now the kickoff team is out on the field.
33, SMU 17.
He's going to return it from near the goal line. And he stopped at the 19. Good job by the coverage team. Here comes the Mustangs offense back on the field. They were forced to punt last time. Can they get this offense going finally? Get some points out of this possession. Oh, what a move. Goes right through the tackle. He's got room to run now. They've got him, but not before making first down yards. They'll move the ball to the 41. Well, the big fella's Kirk flowing to the right there. The defense just has no answer. It's a huge gain.
Yeah, and what a patience there by the running back, just allowing those blocks to be set up there off to the right, and then once he saw the crease in the defense, accelerates through that hole to show you what kind of speed he has for a big gain and a first down.
Makes a quick catch. They make the stop, but not before a solid gain that time. Fresh set of downs for the offense after that first down completion. Out of the shotgun, he hands it off. And they'll bring him down after just a short pickup. Second down play coming up. Quarterback drops back from the shotgun, looking for a receiver. And that pass is hauled in over the middle. And he's tackled, but only after picking up a first down. It's a draw play. Stop after a small gain. Now looking at 2nd and 9. From the gun, he looks for an open man. Pass ball is incomplete. There was a lot of contact. No penalty. Brings up 3rd down. They come to the line. A long way to go for the first down, but needing this crucial conversion right now. And he'll loft it to the end zone. And he's got it. Touchdown, Ponies.
Well, that's just textbook right there. Great timing and recognition by the quarterback. Great route by this receiver. He gave a nice stem to the outside before he went to the post. Perfect timing, tough to defend, and an easy touchdown for this offense.
They're setting out to try the PAT. PAT up and good. They get a little bit closer. Now they get set to kick it away.
USC 33, SMU 24.
Fields it inside the 5-yard line. Will be tackled at the 17. Strong job by the coverage team. And the Trojans offense is back out on the field. Would have been a my turn, your turn so far in the early going. Both offenses scoring touchdowns in their last possessions. Here's the throw deep downfield. And that deep shot is caught for a big gain. They bring him down, but not before an explosive play through this offense through the air.
I mean, the defense knew coming into this game that this guy was going to be a handful. They got to change things up. This guy's already got over 100 yards in this game, and we're in the first half.
Breaks loose at the 40. Slides to avoid the big hit. And the Trojans will come to the line to run the hurry-up.
Well, here's a quarterback that just takes control for himself. Picking up some nice yards. Nothing else is there. This guy's a real threat.
That ball snagged for a completion. They'll get him, but he put the spin cycle on that defender. Wow. The Trojans will have 1st and 10 here.
And that's a first down.
Ball handed off. They pick up 4, so 2nd down and 6 coming up. And the quarterback drops back looking for an open man. Incomplete, but a late flag comes in. A lot of contact.
Pass interference. Defense.
So the PI penalty cost the defense 15, and it's a fresh set of downs. Launching one to the end zone. And it's caught. Touchdown, Trojans. So the offense clicking now, Kirk, building the lead, and this one could get out of hand.
Well, it's just complete domination. The offense is executing and doing their job, putting points on the board. The defense has shown up prepared, ready to play. It just feels like this game's getting sideways in a hurry.
Kicking team on now for the extra point. After the PAT, the lead is now 16 points. Getting set to kick the ball off now.
SMU, 24.
He'll bring it out from his end zone. Solid job by the coverage team. They bring him down at the 16. And the SMU offense is back out on the field now. They scored a touchdown in their last possession. Let's see if this defense can make adjustments and prevent that this time. That's a nice tackle there by the senior. Second down after that previous play. Here's the snap. Quarterback looking to throw. The pass is intercepted. Takes the pick to the end zone. Touchdown, Southern California. And a pick six. A monster play by this defense here.
That defender showed a lot of athletic ability there with the ball in his hands. I wouldn't be surprised if the head coach watching that thought about maybe giving him some reps as a returner after that touchdown.
PAT. The extra point is good, and they stretch the lead a little bit more. Here's the kickoff team now, set to move this one away. He's going to try for a return from a couple of yards deep in the end zone. Tackled at the 13. Not great field position to start the drive. First down here, the offense has time for one more play before the 2-minute warning. It's a shotgun run call. Brought down, but broke a tackle to produce a solid gain there. So we've reached the 2-minute warning, and this offense trying to get something going here and cut into this lead before halftime. Caught quickly. There's the tackle, but first down yardage. And the Mustangs looking to run some tempo here.
That's a first down for the offense.
First down, looking to throw the football. And they chase him down outside the pocket for a sack. The offensive line will have to regroup after the sack. It's 2nd and 13. Quarterback drops back. Makes a quick grab. And they bring him down after a solid gain, but it's still well short of the first down marker. Third down, out of the shotgun. Receiver makes the catch. The timeout is called to talk strategy. Close game here as we approach halftime. It's a 1st and 10 play coming up for the offense. Quarterback drops back from the shotgun. And he finds a wide open receiver. They forgot about him downfield. They're not going to get him. He's in. Touchdown, SMU. That's a crucial score for the offense. Chipping away, Kirk, just trying to stay in this game here.
It's too early to see if this touchdown is going to change the momentum and allow them to cut down into the lead even further. But if you're this head coach, you tell your team, let's just keep chipping away.
Now the try here for the extra point. And he knocks it right through.
The kick is good.
Kickoff team is on the field. Let's see if they give the returner a chance to bring this one back.
47, SMU, 31.
He'll return it from inside the 5. And he stopped at the 20. Tried to make something happen, but that's good coverage there. And the USC offense is back out on the field. Really excellent possession last time. They mixed the run and the pass, kept the defense off balance en route to a touchdown. It's a big gain all the way to enemy territory, tackled at the 45.
Boy, this defense looks like they are confused, and they should be. This wide receiver is putting on a clinic here in the first half. He sees blood in the water right now, and he's got over 100 yards in the first half already.
First down here for this offense. And he drops back in the gun. Short pass finds the tight end. A huge hit by the linebacker. A collision of big bodies there. Quarterback looking to throw it on second down. And he pulls in the catch. That's a big gain before he goes out of bounds. It'll move the sticks. More than enough for a first down. Here comes a first down pass attempt. Looks downfield and finds a receiver who worked his way wide open. Tackle made after a nice pickup on the play. On 1st and 10, looking to throw. Looking for 6. Oh, and it's batted down by the defense. Great Great play to deny a touchdown. Coming to the line on second down, this is important. They want to avoid a 3rd and long. Looking to the end zone, and he's got it. Touchdown, SC.
Boy, great job here of finding him again. That's his 2nd touchdown reception in this football game.
See if they can convert the point after. And the kick is up and good. They tack on a point to their lead. So the offense gets momentum scoring before halftime. Now the kickoff. We'll see if the defense can get his top and preserve that momentum. And he takes this from inside the 5. And he's tackled at the 21. That's where the drive will start. Here comes the Mustangs offense back on the field. First play of the drive, they'll come out throwing. And he's going to fire this one deep down the middle. The catch is made for a huge pickup. And he takes it all the way to the end zone. Touchdown, Mustangs. Looked like a total bust there. Easy pitch and catch like you'd see in a Tuesday practice.
Yeah, that quarterback's eyes must have lit up on that play because you've got one of your players way downfield without any defender around him.
And they'll set up for the PAT. And the PAT is good. So an important touchdown just before halftime. Not much time for the opposing offense to try to answer before the break. Return begins inside the 10. And they stop him at the 23. That's solid coverage. So the offense takes the field in the final seconds of the half. Chance for just a couple more plays. They'll try and run it. Here's the running back. That's a solid gain. Moves the ball to the 29. Miller's going to wrap up the first half here. Let's kick it now to Kevin Connors with our halftime update.
Men, we've been looking forward to this one all week. A fun start to things in L.A. And it'd be easy to say these two offenses are glad we've hit halftime based on their respective performances. It would also be accurate. Turnovers and sacks have told the story so far. And you gotta believe the play calling has been the issue, right? Time to shred those game plans and just get back to basics. That said, let's get back to the field and our guys in the booth to start the second half.
And the Trojans will kick this away to get the second half going. Fields it just outside the goal line. They'll be tackled at the 18. That's good coverage there. And the SMU offense is back out on the field now. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. Dump off caught by the running back.
One thing I love about this back is how he gets involved in the passing game. Nice catch here.
Looking to pass here on second down. Looks over the middle, and that's complete. Heads out of bounds after a solid gain, more than enough to pick up a first down. The Mustangs come up to the line in a hurry-up.
This guy's throwing for yards every single time he drops back to throw. Believe it or not, he's closing in on almost 450 yards passing in this game.
And a big game before he goes out of bounds. The offense keeps churning, gets a fresh set of downs. And the Mustangs will line up on 1st and 10. Here's the snap, looking to throw here. The receiver makes the grab. They bring down the receiver, but that's a nice gain on that play. Pass complete, and second down now.
Boy, this receiver in the slot is giving this defense all kinds of problems. He has another catch on the day. You may want to adjust out, get out of your base, maybe try 5 or 6 defensive backs on the field. Somebody that can match up more athletically against this slot receiver.
Offense will have to overcome the holding penalty now. Here's the second down play. It's a quarterback keeper. Got the first down, now looking for more. They bring him down, but that's a solid gain on the play. The offense going with the hurry up.
But this offense does such a great job of putting the threat of the quarterback and the running back on this defense. It puts the defense in a tough spot because it's really hard to take both away. This time, the quarterback
got space, looking to score. And he's brought down at the 1-yard line. What a play on the completion.
What a pitch and catch by the quarterback and receiver for a big gain for this offense.
Back-to-back big plays. Defense is reeling. Set up first and goal now. There's the snap, and he's looking to throw. Launching one to the end zone. And it's caught. Touchdown, Ponies. That's another passing strike from this quarterback. He is having himself a tremendous ballgame.
Boy, this guy just can't miss. Every single time he throws, it seems like he's coming up with another touchdown. The receivers are running good routes. He has enough time to throw. And, man, this poor defense, they might want to think about changing up coverage because right now it is not working.
And the quarterback looking to make a play through the air. And he's in for the 2 points. They're back within a score now. The lead is just 8. Kickoff team has come on the field now to send this one away. Return starts from inside the 5. And here comes the USC offense back on the field. This game has suddenly gotten more interesting, so this offense needs to be productive here. From the shotgun, it's a handoff. That's a big gain before he goes out of bounds. It'll move the sticks, more than enough for a first down. A solid run, good for first down yardage. Sticking with the running game. It's a 1-yard gain. 2nd and 9 coming up. From the shotgun, he's probing the secondary. Quarterback delivers complete to the right side. They make the stop, but not before a solid gain that time. Completion good for first down yardage for this offense. Handoff in a single back formation.
Chris, you know, the spread era over the years has always grown offensively. But what I've been always impressed with defenses that really build their defense to play in space still have an ability to be sound at the line of scrimmage and defend a running game. It's exactly what we saw right there.
The drive stays alive with that first down completion. And the quarterback dropping back. Easy throw to a wide open receiver downfield. They bring him down, but an explosive play by this offense. Big gain. Looking to throw it from the red zone. Physical defending. That one falls incomplete. Brings up second down. Offense lines up. This is the 7th play now in this drive. Looking to throw again. Lets it go quickly. He's got it right near the end zone. And he scores. Touchdown, USC.
Oh, this is how you start to get rolling. That's 2 touchdowns so far, and the more he gets fed, the more often he's going to cash in.
Here's the point after attempt. Point after makes it a 15-point game. Kickoff team is on the field to boot this one away. And here's the return from inside the 5. He'll be tackled at the 17. Strong job by the coverage team. Here comes the Mustangs offense back on the field. They reached the end zone the last time out, trying to do the same thing here. They start the drive with a quick throw to the right side.
Chris, this is a great game, but I'm always so impressed with the offensive line because they sell this as much as anything. The quarterback's making the read, trying to figure out if the defense is committed to the run or the pass, and then he's going to go the other direction. He makes the right throw here out to the flat to the right, but the offensive line showing the defense it's a run look is what opens this up eventually for the nice game.
And in first down, right back to the running game. Goes backwards, losing 3 yards there. Getting set. Here's second down. Locates the tight end. It's complete. He is a load to bring down. Finally, a strong tackle by the cornerback gets him. Urgency now for the offense. They hate to come up empty on this drive, down multiple scores. Oh, and he's got it. Big gain inside the 25. They finally get him down at the 10-yard line. Sets up a first and goal. What a play. Quick throw caught on the left side. Brought down, but the completion moves the ball to the 6. Defense getting pushed back. So here comes second down now. Every play important down here in the red zone. Looking right, this one caught. And he's brought down, but they went backwards after the completion. Good work by the defense. Crucial. Third down coming up in the red zone. Can they keep the drive going, or will they have to settle for 3? Caught near the goal line. And he will score. Touchdown, SMU. That's a crucial score. Let's see if they can build momentum and complete this comeback.
Well, I know they're still trailing, but that score is a great first step in trying to break down this lead. You don't want to leave it all to the fourth quarter when the pressure really intensifies and you have limited time.
And now they'll set up for the point after. PHC is good. They still trail, though. The kickoff team on the field now as they get set to send this one away. And the return starts just inside the end zone. They'll be tackled at the 18. That's good coverage there. And the Trojans offense is back out on the field. Let's see if they can keep that passing game going. The last possession, very efficient and precise. Quarterback moving out of the pocket, trying to create. Slides down to avoid the tackle. Important second down play coming up. Pre-snap motion from the offense. They look to throw it here on second down. Oh, they've got him for a sack. A big play made by the junior.
Well, they're making this offensive line really think and communicate. Bringing different blitzes. This time the outside linebacker gets to the quarterback and comes up with a big sack for the D.
Well, a serious challenge for this offense. You don't want to be in third and long inside your own 20. How much of a risk will they take to try to pick up this first down? Quarterback escapes the pocket and takes off. He'll avoid the big hit with the slide. And the Trojans lining up here on 1st and 10. Off the play fake, looking to throw. A sack in the play could not escape the pass rush.
Chris, I got to tip my cap to this quarterback. I know he's putting up some yards today, and let's face it, they've got the lead, but he has faced some pressure. That's the 4th time that they've been able to get after him and bring him down, so it's feast or famine one way or another in this game right now.
After the loss on first down, it's second and long from the 22. Offense looking to throw the ball. Fires it to the wideout. And is intercepted. Not much on the return, but that's an important takeaway. Sets up the offense at the 34.
What a play by the defense. Really, the only way they can get back into this game is to create a turnover. They get an interception, and they're in business.
And the SMU offense is back out on the field now. They punched it in the last possession. Can they do it again, or will this defense make some adjustments to get a stop? tackle made at the 24-yard line. This offense really threatening now. It's a strong run. Keeps the drive going. First down now. Oh, a reverse. Tackled way behind the line. He'll lose 6 there. Now it's second down here. Moving the receiver around pre-snap. Quarterback looking to pass here on second down. Pass caught. Can he get in? And he's in. Touchdown, Mustangs.
Chris, how about the call here with the wheel route? The running back, we know he can run the football, but here he shows his ability to catch the ball out of the backfield, and that wheel route is tough on a defense. Sometimes the back can get lost. Here he catches it, finds his way into the end zone for a touchdown.
The offense still out there. They'll set up to go for 2 here, trying to tie the game. From the shotgun, drops back, looking for an open man. And he makes the grab in the end zone. The conversion works, and the game is now tied. Here's the kickoff team. Let's see if they give the returner an opportunity to bring this back. He's going to return it from near the goal line. Makes it to the 16. That's good coverage there. And the USC offense is back out on the field. This drive is important. Last one ended in an interception. Let's see if they can get it going here. Looks to the left, and it's complete. They stopped the receiver, but that's a solid gain on that play. And completion makes it second and short. Now, with the play fake, he'll look to throw it. Receiver looks it in. It's complete. They bring him down, but that's a good play. Moves the ball to the 39. Big guys up front lined up. It's first down. He'll hand it off. They stop him after a 6-yard gain. So second and 4. Here's the snap, looking to throw. Catch made on the left side. He's tackled quickly, but the yardage is good enough for the first down. And the Trojans pick up enough yardage for a fresh set of downs. Off the play fake on first down. It's an out route, the catch made, and the gain just good enough for a first down. A new set of downs after that completion. Handoff running right. It's a 2-yard gain. Second and 8 coming up. This is the 6th play on the drive. And now the handoff. That's a nice wrap up there by the junior. Critical third down play for this offense right here. Dropping back, looking to throw for the first down. Fires it to the wideout. It's caught downfield. Tackle is made at the 8-yard line. It'll be first and goal right there. They attack the deep middle of this defense. They'll come up with a big play.
Nice job giving that quarterback time to throw. Good job of making that read to the middle of the field and working against those.
Touchdown Trojans. And they will claim the second half lead.
Chris, remember in college football, it's just 1 foot down to be able to count for a touchdown. Does a great job towards the back line there. Doesn't go out of bounds. Goes up into the air and gets that 1 foot down. That's good. That's a score.
Extra point try coming now. PAT makes it a 7-point lead. Kickoff team on the field getting set now. Fields it inside the 5-yard line. And he stopped at the 20. Tried to make something happen, but that's good coverage there. Here comes the Mustangs offense back on the field. They scored a touchdown on the last possession. Let's see if this defense has been able to come up with some adjustments and stop them this time. Offense getting set. Second down play here. And he'll set up to throw. Snags the quick throw. Runner scoots out of bounds after gaining decent yards. Crucial third down play after that completion. They'll hand it off. Goes backwards, losing 3 yards there. The Mustangs bring their punt team onto the field. And here's the return. He's brought down, but a good effort to make something of that return. Offense makes their way on the field. He's going to hand this off. The gain is 3 yards. It brings up a 2nd down and 7. Play action fake. Looking to throw. Freshman introducing himself to the quarterback there.
I like the call here, but you can't run long, developing play-action passes like that if the offensive line is not going to give the quarterback time to throw.
So the offense getting set. This is not where you want to be against this defense. 3rd and long. Drops back from the shotgun, looking for an open man. Finds a receiver in the middle of the field. They bring him down, but a big chunk of yardage on the play. And the Trojans come to the line in a hurry-up.
Well, this quarterback is unflappable. Here they are working with the lead in the second half. Get to a 3rd down. You got to throw the football. This is where you trust the quarterback to make a good decision, an accurate throw. He does it. You convert. And you keep working that clock.
Quarterback wants to throw it on 2nd down. And the pass is complete to the tight end. Good execution. Gets a block and gets the 1st down. And the Trojans come to the line to start a fresh set of downs. Looking to chuck it again. Quick throw to his receiver. And he's got his man open downfield. 1st down play call coming up. How aggressive will it be? And they hand it off to the back. And he's brought down after a short gain. Does not make the 1st down yardage. Looks like a man is down on the field after the last play, so we'll take a timeout. The DB's right near the line now, showing press coverage. Coming to the line on 2nd down. This is important. They want to avoid a 3rd and long. Out of the shotgun, he'll hand it off. And that's a solid gain before the defense able to bring him down. So here we go, 3rd down. Defense needs a stop here, trying to force a field goal attempt. 3rd down play here out of the shotgun. They've got him. It's a sack for the defense.
If I'm on this offensive line, man, I would not want to look at the game film after their performance today. It's almost like they've been moonwalking backwards the entire game, getting pushed all around by this defensive front. Chris, they've already given up 6 sacks alone in this game.
So here on 4th down, out comes the field goal team. The kick is good. Offense collects 3 points on the drive. And they add to the lead.
Snap, the hold, the kick, everything there perfect to put 3 points up here for the offense.
So after the field goal, the kicker out there again to boot it away. They'll return it from inside the 5. And he's tackled at the 21. That's where the drive will start. And the SMU offense is back on the field now. Last time was a quick 3 and out. Can they get a drive going this time? Opening play of the drive, quick throw to the left. Heads out of bounds after a solid gain, more than enough to pick up a 1st down. So quickly, all the way up to the 36, and it's 1st down. There's the snap. Looking to throw the ball. It's a fly to the wideout. Makes the catch downfield. Oh, and nothing but green grass ahead. No stopping him. Takes it all the way. Touchdown, Ponies.
Chris, how about that? A quick slant that goes for this many yards and a touchdown? That's what's so dangerous about this quarterback and wide receiver. Quarterback puts the ball right on the money, and by doing so, look at the receiver. Catches it in stride and has all that room to run after the catch for that touchdown.
Kicking team out for the PAT try. PAT up and good. They get a little bit closer. Now the kickoff team is out on the field. And it's fielded. We're sort of trying to make something happen. He'll be tackled at the 18. That's good coverage there. Fresh set of downs for the offense. First down. And they'll keep it on the ground. Running back has the handoff. Goes backwards, losing 3 yards there.
Loses 3. Brings up second down.
And notice how the balance of this passing game has been on display here. A whole bunch of guys getting involved, catching passes. That's tough to stop. One quarter to go. Let's see if this sets up as a classic finish. Offense getting set up. Here's second down. An inside give now from the shotgun. They'll tackle him out across the 20. Offense been in reverse here. Now a long way to go to convert this third down. Drop him back. We're going to throw for the first down. And he'll loft this one deep to the left side. Breaks into the clear. It's a sprint. Touchdown, Southern California. Still no answer for this offensive machine.
Boy, we see more and more of this in college football. And if you get the right guy in that slot that can win the one-on-one matchups, you take some chances. Here they got the matchup that they wanted and hit it for the touchdown.
So they'll try to add the lead now with the PAT. Extra point up and good. A double-digit lead now here in the fourth quarter. Now they get set to kick it away. And he takes this from inside the 5. And he stopped at the 19. Good job by the coverage team. Here comes the Mustangs offense back on the field. On 1st and 10 here, looking to throw the ball. Receiver makes the catch. Receiver brought down and goes short, pitch and catch. That completion makes it second and medium. There's the snap. They'll set up to throw. He's got an open man downfield, and it's caught. Oh, and he's in the clear now. It's a foot race. Takes it all the way to the house. Touchdown, SMU. That's a crucial score, Kirk. Makes it a one-possession game and makes the stretch run of this very interesting.
Yeah, now the pressure turns to their opponent and their offense. The momentum is starting to tilt, and it's your job to go into your 4-minute offense. But I'd expect this defense to be extra aggressive to try to get this ball back.
And now here comes the point after attempt. PAT is good. They still trail, though. Getting set to kick the ball off now.
USC 78, SMU 75.
Fields it just outside the goal line. Solid job by the coverage team. They bring him down at the 16. And here comes the USC offense back on the field. The shotgun handoff here. He moves the ball across the 20 to the 22. The game makes it second and medium. Fakes the handoff, looking to throw. And he's going to stretch the defense, taking a deep shot here. They make the tackle there, but a penalty marker is on the field. Let's see what that's about. Pretty easy call for the head coach. He will accept that penalty, of course. Offense getting set. It's second down. The shotgun running play call. The sophomore with a strong tackle there. And a player is down injured after that last play. We'll take a timeout while they check him out. Solid gain on the running play. Third down now. Drop him back. We're going to throw for the first down. Catch made over the middle. Tackle made after a nice pickup on the play. And the Trojans with 1st and 10 here. Quarterback sets up, looking for an open man. Pass caught. And a big gain before he goes out of bounds. The offense keeps churning, gets a fresh set of downs. The Trojans come to the line looking to crank up the tempo. Tight end goes in motion. Ball handed off. Picks up 2, so it's 2nd and 8. And they'll use the ground game here. Breaks loose at the 40. Out of bounds after another big gain on the ground. This running game has been unstoppable today.
And that's going to be a first down. And really, Chris, kind of surprised here in the fourth quarter not to see this defense dial up some pressure. They're just sitting back in the base, making it relatively easy for the offense to pick up a first down on the ground.
And they tackle him, but a nice pickup on that running play. 7th play of the drive coming up. Back now goes in motion. Defense will have to adjust. Caught by the back behind the line of scrimmage. Tackle is made. It's a short gain, well short of the marker. An important 3rd down attempt for this offense. Looking to pick up the first down through the air. And it's incomplete, targeting a man right near the goal line. Rolling the dice a bit, up 1 possession and going for it on 4th down. They'll run it here. Running back has the ball. He did not get it. A crucial play by this defense. What a 4th down stop. And looking to throw now on 1st down. And he fires the football to the right side. Another interception. Wow, that's his 4th tonight.
But this defense is doing an outstanding job of baiting this quarterback into throwing the ball into coverage. That's their 3rd interception now in the game.
And the Trojans' offense is back out on the field. Defense got a big 4th down stop in the last possession. Let's see what happens here. Running back with the football. They stop him after a 6-yard gain, so 2nd and 4. Movement here from the tight end. He hands it off from the gun. Not much on that play, brought down short. It's 3rd down for the offense. Looking to pick up the first down through the air. It's a quick grab. And that game will pick up a first down and move the football to the 36. A new set of downs after that completion. Keeping it on the ground here. The gain is 2 yards, so it's 2nd and 8. And the tailback's got it again. Brought down, but it's past the line to gain. And the Trojans pick up enough yardage for a first down. Snapping it from the red zone now, looking to throw. Receiver makes the grab. The defense drops him for a loss. He went backwards there. A 2nd down behind the sticks now. Tight end goes in motion before the snap. Using the ground game here. Tailback has the handoff. And that run produces a decent gain. Not going to be easy here. Backed up a long way to go for a first down. A quick throw out left, complete. They bring him down, but not before he picks up 1st and goal yardage to the 9. 1st and goal, handoff. Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of 2. So off the loss, it's 2nd and goal from the 11. Handoff inside, looking for the touchdown. Runner finally brought down, but at the 5-yard line, defense getting pushed back here. Looks like a player is down injured at that last play. We'll take a timeout while they check it out. Urgency here in the 4th quarter. They must cut into this lead. It's 3rd down and goal. Quarterback drops back, probing the secondary. Looking to the end zone. Touchdown, SC. This passing game is still on fire. So the offense flexing, Kirk, and stretching the lead here now in the second half.
Well, you can catch your breath here a little bit if you're this offense. That touchdown can help you out. But now your own defense can help you preserve the lead so you can go back out and continue to build upon that to the finish.
Here comes the point after attempt. Extra point up and good. A double-digit lead now here in the fourth quarter. Here's the kickoff team now, set to boot this one away.
85. SMU 75.
Return starts from inside the 5. Makes it to the 16. That's good coverage there. And the SMU offense is back out on the field now. See if this quarterback can bounce back. The last possession, a pick on the very first play. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. They got some ground to make up, second and long from the 15. Play action fake, looking to throw. Looking for the wide out. He's a wide open receiver, complete. Breaks clear, end zone ahead. They could not stop him, he's in. Touchdown, Mustangs. So here we go, fourth quarter. They cut into the lead, but still work to do.
Well, I think the cool thing is that they're still battling, and they put themselves at least in a position now to possibly come back and maybe, who knows, win this game. But it's going to be up to their defense. They've got to get the ball back to have a chance.
And now the try here for the extra point. PAT up and good. They get a little bit closer. Kickoff team is on the field. Let's see if they give the returner a chance to bring this one back.
SMU 82.
He's going to bring this out a few yards deep in the end zone. Solid coverage there. They get him at the 15. That's where the offense will take over. And the USC offense is back out on the field. They had a brilliant touchdown drive last time, mixing the run and the pass. Can they keep that going again? They'll bring him down just short of the 20. The game makes it second and medium. From the shotgun, drops back. Quarterback looks to his right and finds his man. Defense wraps him up after the catch, but he's just short of a first down. Catch made down the left side, an explosive play. Tackle made after a big gain. And the Trojans come up to the line to crank the tempo up here. Play action here on first down. Tries the right with a quick throw. And it's incomplete. The defender arrived the same time as the football. And now it's second down. Quarterback drops back from the shotgun, looking for a receiver. Delivers from the pocket, complete over the middle. Offense sets the formation. It's third down. Back to throw again. Lets it go quickly. Finds a man to the left. Big catch downfield. Brought down quickly, but not before a big gain. Moving to the 35. And the running back takes the handoff. Gain of 2 yards. Now it's second down and 8. Offense walks to the line for play number 7 of the drive. Fakes the handoff here, looking to throw it. Fires it to the wideout. Beautiful catch right near the sideline. Gets the foot down. And the Trojans getting set on first and 10. Trying to flex the ground game here. Running back takes the handoff. They get him down, but that's a solid gain. Here comes a crucial second down play. Every yard tough to find down here in the red zone. Keep it on the ground. There's the handoff. Picks up a gain here. They'll stop him just a few inches short of the first down marker. An important third down conversion coming here in the red zone. He'll throw it now. He's got it near the end zone. And he's down at the 3-yard line. So it's first and goal. The offense will try to milk the clock and add points if they can. On the ground, trying to power toward the goal line. And the sophomore able to bring him down quickly. Second down and goal. Keep it on the ground, trying to power in for the touchdown. Nowhere to run. They'll corral him for no gain. And they cut into this lead now on 3rd and goal. QB decides to keep it here. Touchdown, USC. This offense really clicking. Look at the blazing speed for that quarterback. Kirk, if you're a defense trying to stop this guy, good luck.
Well, Chris, you remember this week when we talked with the offensive coordinator, he talked a lot about how they have run plays on the call sheet specifically for this guy to be able to get loose and make plays. We saw that exactly on this score right here.
Lining up to try the extra point. Extra point up and good. A double-digit lead now here in the 4th quarter. Kickoff team has come on the field now to send this one away. And here's the return from inside the 5. And he stopped at the 20. Tried to make something happen, but that's good coverage there. An empty set now, 5 wide. First down, looking to throw the ball. Receiver looks it in. It's complete. They bring him down, but a solid gain there on first down. Looks to be just inches short of the marker. Looks like a man is down on the field after the last play, so we'll take a timeout. Less than a yard to go as they come to the line on 2nd down. Handoff here from the shotgun. And he'll get the first down yards before they finally bring him down. And the Mustangs hustle to the line to run the hurry up.
I know this defense worked very hard at halftime to come up with answers on how to try to slow down this running back after the big first half, and he's already at it again.
That completion makes it 2nd and medium.
It's a nice completion there, Chris. This possession at this point in the game is critical for them. They've got to focus on...
And the senior making a disruptive impact play. We're backed up here trying to make something happen on 3rd and long. Dropping back, looking to throw for the first down. Almost intercepted again. This defense flying around today. Almost had a 4th pick. The offense stays on the field, down multiple possessions. Easy choice. Lofting it toward the left sideline. Oh, and it's incomplete. It's a turnover on downs. Crucial moment late in this game. They'll use that running game trying to bleed the clock here. They keep beating the running back, but he's had nowhere to go tonight. They've been dominated at the line of scrimmage. One man in the backfield, and he'll get the football. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. And now the defense will call a timeout before this critical down, just to get everybody on the same page. Had a nice drive going here, but now it's 3rd down and long. Running out of time in the pocket. And now it's the defense that calls timeout here, trying to get organized and preserve as much clock as possible. And the Trojans will line up to boot it away. And this drive moves backwards, so he's on to punt it away. And the punt heads out of bounds, taking the dangerous returner out of play here. First down here. Time for one more play before the clock stops for the 2-minute warning. Looks downfield and connects with a wide-open wide receiver. They bring him down, but an explosive play by this offense. Big gain. We've reached the 2-minute warning here. This offense needing to score and then get the football back. Quarterback finds a target on the right. It's complete. They bring him down, but that's a solid gain on the play. Now they've got to hustle to the line and get set. On 1st and 10, they'll look to throw it. And he's intercepted for the 4th time tonight. They tackle him after a short return, but they get the football back and set up shop near midfield. And a player is down injured after that last play. We'll take a timeout while they check him out. First down play call. How aggressive will it be? Shotgun formation. Here's an inside give. And the defense able to hold him there to a short gain.
The defense coordinator this week all week telling us about gap integrity, not giving this running back any creases at all. Really sound defense on that play.
Handoff from the shotgun. Goes backwards, losing 3 yards there. They come to the line, a long way to go for the first down, but needing this crucial conversion right now. And he'll drop back here on 3rd down. It's caught on the crossing pattern. Brought down at the 40. That'll be a first down. So this one is tucked away. Time for victory formation. And now it's victory formation. The quarterback will just kneel down. Well, they put a lot of points on the board, Kirk. The offense really clicking today, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, you got to understand that this defense has certainly played better, but they played one of the most talented offenses, in my opinion, in the entire country. Obviously, there's plenty to improve on, but you also have to acknowledge that the offense was just really good.
And that is going to wrap it up. We enjoyed this one here. For Kirk Herbstreit, I'm Chris Fowler, and this has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.